JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Madison HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia and Veterans Memorial Park on the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA Women's Softball. The Colonial Athletic Association schedule begins today, and as the coincidence of the schedule would have it, defending champion and preseason favorite Hofstra is in town to face their likely biggest challengers according to the predictions in the Dukes of JMU. Today's doubleheader is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellis Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, Quaker Steak and Lube, and Fox Hill Townhomes. I'm Houston Stutz, joined by John Simpson this afternoon. Well, John, Hofstra entering the day at 13-3 and receiving votes in the USA Today NFCA National Poll and in the ESPN Softball Poll. James Madison is off to a solid start as well at 19-9 and also receiving votes in both national polls. But this series has not been very kindly to the Dukes. JMU and Hofstra have played 41 times coming into the weekend, with the Pride owning a 14-game winning streak against the Dukes. The last win for Madison, though, was a 2-0 win in Hempstead in the 2009 CAA Championship.
Yeah, here we are 5 years later waiting for JMU to get that win in this series against Hofstra. JMU coming into today's softball game, coming off a big win against number 3 ranked Oregon. The Ducks falling to the Dukes 3-0 in the championship game of the Rainbow Hawaiian Classic out in Hawaii. Jalen Ford pitching a shutout game, going 7 strong innings, striking out 5 in that ball game. She did a tremendous job, the CAA Player of the Week. She's a heck of a pitcher for JMU, the sophomore, and we'll see what the Dukes have in store today, trying to end that losing streak of sorts against Hofstra. JMU just 1 place out of the top 25. Hofstra just 2 spots behind them in the polls. These two teams, you're right, Houston, are looking to be the favorites in the CAA this year after Hofstra is the regular and postseason tournament champion the past 3 years running in the CAA.
And what would have it, though, both these teams very strong, so the winner of this game, I would say, it's safe to say, will be the winner of the CAA this season. Well, we're going to take a quick break right here. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups. You're listening to JMU Softball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Port Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
Again, welcome back into Veterans Memorial Park. As John, we have the 2 best teams in the CAA, 1 and 2 in the preseason polls, matching up for you this afternoon. Again, here on Madison HD Sportsnet. Starting lineups, we'll go ahead and give you the fielding positions for the James Madison Dukes. Starting on the mound will be Heather Kiefer, the right-hander, wearing number 19, 2.28 ERA, 9-4. It actually looks like they're going to go with Jalen Ford. That's different than what they give us on the lineup cards. They had Jalen Ford listed as the designated player in Game 1. So it looks like Jalen Ford will be on the mound for the Dukes this afternoon. Catching behind the plate will be number 3, Erica Field. Playing first base will be Cassidy Clayton, wearing number 20. At second base will be Hannah Hayes, wearing number 7. At shortstop will be Caitlin Sandy, the senior, in the infield, wearing number 22. At third base will be number 11, Madison Moran, a freshman that's been playing very well for the Dukes as of early in the season. Starting in left field will be Mimi Morris, wearing number 2. In center field will be Nikki Prince, wearing number 4. And in right field will be Taylor Newton, wearing number 17. The outfield, very new for the Dukes this season. very young team, but they've been playing well so far.
Inexperience in the outfield for the Dukes, but a lot of experience in the outfield for Hofstra, returning all-CAA player for Hofstra. We've got action here set at Veterans Memorial Park, just about underway with first pitch. The infield drawn in early on.
Infield's going to spread back out, though, just for show. First pitch. It's going to be a called strike on the outside corner from Jalen Ford, and that's exactly how she wanted to start the afternoon. At the plate for the Hofstra Pride, wearing number 10, left fielder, Chloe Fitzgerald. Bats left-handed, throws left-handed, hitting .389 on the year. Hitting second will be Rachel Senator, playing center field. Hitting third will be the shortstop, Becca Bigler. As this ball will miss for ball one, count goes even 1-1. Hitting in the cleanup spot will be Erin Trippy, the catcher, wearing 32. Hitting fifth will be number 36, Maggie Hawkins, the first baseman. Hitting sixth will be number 3, and playing third base, Kim Smith. Hitting seventh will be number 5, the designated player, as this ball is fouled out of play. That's Lacey Clark. Count goes 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hitting eighth will be wearing number 24, playing right field, Corinne Bailey. And hitting ninth will be Tori Roca, who is also playing second base and wearing the number 6. On the mound later, in the bottom half of the inning, will be Morgan Lashley, the right-handed pitcher. As this ball is going to be dribbled out to the catcher, Erica Field. She comes up but does not have a play at first.
That's a good piece of hitting there by Fitzgerald. With down to the count 1-2, drops the bunt down, caught the infielders for JMU off guard. You had Hannah Hayes trying to charge in and cover first. Not in time. Speedy Fitzgerald is on base. A leadoff single for the Pride.
Nice slap bunt laid in. She got down the line in a hurry, and Erica Field just could not do anything with it from behind the plate.
And Jalen Ford in her last outing against Oregon only gave up 5 hits, so number 6 in as many innings.
First pitch will be a called strike to Senator, the center fielder. So Jalen Ford jumping ahead on the batters early.
That's definitely going to be a key this afternoon in this doubleheader if JMU hopes to take 1 or 2 of these ball games.
The delivery from Jalen Ford, it's going to be fouled back to the screen. And Senator will fall behind 0-2 now. Jalen Ford on the year, 1.14 ERA. She's 10-5 in 17 appearances with 15 starts. Has 1 save on the season as well. Pitched 104 innings, allowed 79 hits, only 19 runs, 17 of which have been earned. She's walked 20 and struck out 101 batters. Jalen's pitch, a swing gonna miss, and that's gonna be strikeout number 1 on the day for the sophomore.
Top out strikeouts for Jalen Ford. She's almost halfway to the total she set last season of 209, a school record for a single season. Only a sophomore. She is extremely impressive on the mound. Does a great job right there, getting 3 straight strikes against Senator. Hofstra, their first 6 batters in the lineup, Houston, hitting well over 300. Definitely an imposing lineup, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, they have, like you said, 6 of their starting 9. He's batting over 300 as the first pitch will be in there. A called strike to Becca Bigler, the shortstop wearing number 33. Bigler, she's a senior, 5'7", from Bainbridge, Pennsylvania, went to Elizabethtown High School. Jalen Ford slowing the pace of the game down. She's going to miss just off the outside part of the plate. Count will go even at 1.
You see Jalen Ford take a look over at Fitzgerald on first base. She's 100% on the year in stolen base attempts, 5 for 5. With 1 out here, we'll see if she's thinking about running with a 1-1 count. The infield still shifted towards the middle at first and third base.
And you called it, John. The runner is going, but the ball will be fouled back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to the senior. Jalen Ford on the mound for the Dukes. She's from Hot Springs, Virginia, went to Bath County High School. She's a 5'10" sophomore, pitcher and first baseman. And, well, you think she's good in the circle. Wait till you see her in the batter's box. She can hit the ball just as well as she can pitch it.
They had a 2-home-run game back in that series, or out in Hawaii. The Dukes went 9-1 in that series, going into that tournament 10-8 on the year. Really came out and hit the ball well and pitched extremely well as well.
Count is now 2-2. Bigler thought about the outside pitch, but made the good decision and lay it away. And the corners will spread back out. The delivery by Jalen Ford. And again, staying alive as Bigler count will stay the same at 2-2 with another foul off the screen.
Bigler second on the team in doubles. An extra base hit here into one of those gaps could have a good chance of scoring Fitzgerald here early on. Should expect a low-scoring affair, even though Hofstra does have that potent lineup on offense. You do see Jalen Ford on the mound, obviously, and she is a heck of a pitcher.
And you look at that starting lineup for Hofstra, they all play together. The only changes in the lineup all season has been the designated pitcher, or excuse me, designated player. Lacey Clark is in that spot today in Game 1. She's played in 8 games, started 6, but every other position, every player has started all 16 games that the Pride have played.
And that's a coach having confidence in his players.
And it's players that have a lot of confidence in their coach, who has well over 900 wins, 907 wins for the coach of the Hofstra Pride, Bill Edwards. This ball is going to be fouled down the left field line. So Bigler just continuing to battle. Great at bat.
Yeah, a little bit of an inside-out swing right there for Bigler as she steps back in the plate, adjusts the face mask. Looked like the helmet might have come off a little bit when she tried to swing. Just trying to make contact. Any mistake pitch here, Hofstra is looking to take advantage, trying to get that early lead here in this ball game. Game 1 of a doubleheader today at the Veterans Memorial Park.
Delivery, this ball is popped up, and it's going to be just out of play. And a fan will make the catch behind the Duke's dugout.
See if he can do it barehanded. Any balls that come back here, you think we could too, right?
Hey, if we got the windows open, nice sunny day here in Harrisonburg, maybe we'll get a chance to catch a few if they can sneak over the screen.
That'd have to be one heck of an angle, but we'll be ready. We've got our eyes out.
The delivery, the runner is going to second. The throw by Field is not in time. So Fitzgerald has another stolen base, and she will keep up that 100% mark on stolen bases that John mentioned earlier. And that count will go full now to Bigler at the plate.
She's now tied in stolen bases with Rachel Senators. You take a look here, the throw just a little bit late as she tried to apply the swipe tag. Caitlin Sandy at shortstop. Still 2-2 count here.
3-2. And the full count pitch is lifted into center field, going back to the wall to make the catch will be the center fielder, Nikki Prince. The runner does tag at second, so Fitzgerald will move to third base on the play. And Hofstra already have a runner in scoring position early, but there are 2 outs on the board.
Great piece of hitting there. That's one of the many ways to advance the runner over. If you're not going to stay on base, see Fitzgerald sliding into third. Good play there by Moran at third base to prevent that ball from getting towards the dugout. So Ford right where she wants Hofstra to be with 2 outs. Do have the runner on third base and Aaron Trippy in the box.
Aaron Trippy is the catcher for the Pride, hitting in the cleanup hole, wearing number 32. First pitch for Jalen Ford is once again a called strike on the outside corner. She's been painting it very well early going in this matchup.
And that's what she has to do. She has to be crafty with her location, especially against this batting lineup that has players hitting well over 300 almost every time they come up to plate.
The 0-1 is in the mitt of Erica Field for a strike 2. Nice pop when it hit the mitt there. So Aaron Trippy behind 0-2 now. Trippy hitting .333 on the season. The 0-2 delivery barely misses the outside corner. You see Jalen Ford down the mound. She thought that was certainly a called strike, but no, it's going to be ball 1. So the count is now 1-2 to Trippy.
Ford had a little hop in her step, a little smile that appeared on that face as she thought she had the call. Just a little bit off the corner.
Trippy from Lyndhurst, New Jersey, and then Lyndhurst native is going to take another pitch to even the count at 2.
Ford has given up 19 runs on the year, 17 which have been earned. The runner at third base.
2-2, swing and a miss, strikeout number 2, and that will sit down the Pride. After allowing a leadoff single by Fitzgerald, Jalen Ford sits down the rest of the order of the lineup in order. 2, 3, and 4, they go down. So that will do it for the Pride in the top half of the first. When we come back, the Dukes coming to the plate. You're listening to JMU Softball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things, great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
If you want, I can.
Welcome back into Veterans Memorial Park after a half inning of play. Still zeros on the board, but one hit is in the hit column for the Hofstra Pride. Now is by Chloe Fitzgerald, the leadoff batter for the Pride. In the field, go defensively for Hofstra. Morgan Lashley will be in the circle, a 1.48 ERA, 9-0 on the year in 12 appearances. She's pitched 66 innings, allowed 47 hits, 15 runs, 14 of those earned, walked 16, and struck out 74. Catching Lashley will be Aaron Trippy at first base. Maggie Hawkins at second will be Tori Roca. At shortstop, Becca Bigler. At third, Kim Smith. In left field, Chloe Fitzgerald. In center field, Rachel Senator. And in right field, Corinne Bailey. Batting lineup for the Dukes. Hitting first will be number 4, the center fielder, Nikki Prince, 291 hitter on the year. Hitting second will be number 7 and playing second base, Hannah Hayes. Hitting third will be the catcher, Erica Field, as the first pitch from Lashley will miss the Prince inside for ball 1. Hitting fourth will be Jalen Ford. Hitting fifth will be Caitlin Sandy. Taylor Newton, the right fielder, will be hitting sixth as the count will go even 1-1. Hitting seventh will be the first baseman, Cassidy Clayton. Hitting eighth will be Madison Moran, the third baseman, and Mimi Morris, the left fielder, will round out the Dukes lineup, hitting ninth. Prince makes contact, hits it hard to second base, but Tori Roca is there. She makes the play for out number 1, 4-3 putout.
That's good contact there by Nikki Prince, trying to get her team onto the base pass here early on. Tried to hustle it out. Good play out there at second base by Tori Rocha. So take a look at Morgan Lashley on the mound, undefeated so far this year, 9-0 with a 1.48 ERA in 12 appearances. Has started 10 games and has also gone the distance 8 times.
And that's a key in softball. If you can go the distance, certainly helps the team out, as the first pitch to Hannah Hayes will miss a low and in for ball 1.
And also in 66 innings pitched, has struck out 74 batters, just walked 16. It's well over a 4-to-1 ratio.
This ball is sent into the bullpen of the Dukes. Hannah Hayes just couldn't get around quick enough on that pitch.
Hannah with the highest batting average on the team for the Dukes, batting .360 on the year.
This pitch will be just inside to the .360 hitter. 2 balls and a strike to count. 1 away here in the bottom half of the first inning.
Also knows how to get on base with a .435 on base percentage. Has only struck out 14 times in 75 at-bats.
This ball is going to be fouled back off the netting behind the plate. Count will go 2-2 now to Hannah Hayes.
Tell you what, Houston, if JMU can get a few people on board here, and then Jalen Ford coming to the plate, things could get interesting here in the bottom half of the first inning.
This pitch just about, they say it does hit her. It was very close and may have nipped the button on the jersey. But they say it does hit her. So Hannah Hayes will be on first, and if things can work out for the Dukes, we may just get to see Jalen Ford step up in that cleanup spot.
And we saw Chloe Fitzgerald take off for second base on the top half of the first. Let's take a look here at the replay, see what part Might have just gotten the in Madison there as Hannah Hayes heads down to first base. Hayes, 8 of 11 in stolen base attempts this year, with 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Maybe not looking for her to be too aggressive, but to be aware of what's going on the mound with Lashley.
Behind the plate, calling the balls and strikes, and who was hit there? That's Joe Massaro, as he calls a strike to Erica Field. 0-1 count. Play at first base, it will be Mark Bregman, and at third base, Art St. Germain. The 0-1 looked like a great pitch from here, but Massaro differs. It may have been a tad bit low. Count goes even, 1-1. 1-1 count, 1 out. Runner on first for the Dukes in their home whites. New addition this year. Check swing called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Erica Field.
JMU riding that hot streak, coming off that 9-1 performance in their last 10 games. Really trying to be aggressive early, trying to get runners on base, trying to move them around and score a few runs here. I think Hofstra would have something similar in the form of a game plan.
Erica Field, the sophomore, hits this one right back up the middle. That will be a base hit. Runner will advance to second, so runners on first and second with only 1 out. And Jalen Ford will be coming to the plate for the Dukes.
In Houston, we talked about it. If you can get a few runners on base and get Jalen up to the plate, you know what she can do with the bat in the hand. Might only be hitting .272 on the year, but leads the team in home runs with 3 and RBIs with 14. Excuse me, second on the team in RBIs behind Erica Field, who's now on first base. But that was a heck of a shot right back up the middle off the bat of Erica Field. As you take a look there. Now Jalen Ford, who led the team on the mound back in Hawaii, looks to bring it to the plate here back in Harrisonburg.
Jalen Ford hitting .272. She does lead the team with 3 home runs. First pitch from Lashley will miss low and away for ball 1. Again, we had Jalen Ford listed in the starting lineups given to us as a designated player, but she came out in the circle, so I guess that means Kiefer may be getting the start in the second game unless something went wrong in warm-up, so we do not know. Pitch miss. Pitch does catch the inside corner. Counts even, 1-1.
They might have gone with the hot hand with Jalen Ford. You might see Kiefer start in the second game of this doubleheader. Kiefer 9-4 on the year.
This pitch will miss downstairs. Throw back to second, a little risky by Erin Trippy. Great acrobatic play, though, made by Rocha, the second baseman.
Have to get a measurement on her vertical leap there. She got up there to snag that ball. As we take a look here, ball gets away just a little bit from Erin Trippy. Fires down second base. Yeah, what a snag there.
It's that vertical. Test that in the combine coming up. This pitch is going to miss outside. 3 balls and a strike to Jalen Ford, and it's clear that Morgan Lashley is really not trying to put anything in the zone that a Ford can get a hold to and knock out of the ballpark. 210 in center field, 200 down the line. She got around on this one just a bit too early. She sent it fouled off into the Hofstra dugout, so count will go full now to Ford.
You've got Caitlin Sandy on deck, the senior shortstop. You know, in her last year, returning All-CAA performer, she loves these opportunities to get in the box and try to get a knock in for her squad.
And when you say that senior, very few seniors on this team, both teams actually, very young, as Jalen Ford will draw the full count walk. So the bases are now loaded for the Dukes, threatening very early. Hofstra got 1 hit in there. Turn in the top of the first. The Dukes have 1, but 2 walks. 1 with base on balls. Jalen Ford just earned. The other was a hit by pitch to Hannah Hayes. So Hayes sits at third. Erica Field is now at second. Jalen Ford is on first, and that will get the pitching coach out for Hofstra.
Houston, you have to think that this is the kind of start on offense that JMU was looking for against the perennial CAA power in the Hofstra Pride. Hofstra doing a great job of dominating CAA competition. Ever since they arrived in 2002, they've been in the mix for the regular season and conference championship every year. 9 of the 11 past years, they've been regular season and conference tournament champions.
This pitch will miss downstairs to Caitlin Sandy for ball 1. But, yeah, Hofstra, I was reading where no team in Division I softball has ever won 10 straight conference championships. Well, Hofstra's done that. Only team to do so. This pitch is hit hard at third base. She cannot handle it. The throw is not in time. Kim Smith bobbled the ball, and that will be an infield single unless they roll it. We'll see if they roll that an error on the third baseman. Ball was hardly hit, so we'll see what they roll. Yep, they do roll that. An E5 on Kim Smith. That
just
allows
a slight bobble.
So that allows Caitlin Sandy to get on first and score the first run of the game. Hannah Hayes will come in for the Dukes to make it 1-0 in favor of JMU early on in this game.
That run will not be charged to Morgan Lashley as an earned run. But the other 2 runners on second and third, Jalen Ford and Erica Field, if they come home anything but an error, those will be earned runs for her. I'm talking about Caitlin Sandy hustling down the line regardless, just put her head down and charge for first base, and fortunate to get there.
Lashley will come to the plate. She'll be facing freshman Taylor Newton. It's going to be a called strike, 0-1 count. Lashley, the 0-1 delivery. This ball smacked by Newton, but it will be fouled down the left field line. Count will go 0-2 now to the freshman. One of the very many freshmen on this JMU team. JMU has 10 freshmen on the roster. Only 3 sophomores, only 2 juniors, and one of those, Haley Widener, she's been out injured, but she did receive news that it's a possibility she could come back and play next year. She has not played since her freshman year after a broken bat. And only 4 seniors. This ball is going to be blooped into left field. 1 runner will score. The second run is coming. Jalen Ford will touch hold, make it 3-0 in favor of JMU, and the Dukes just continue to put the ball in play.
Talk about a timely hit there for JMU. Taylor Newton, the freshman, putting the weight on her shoulders, driving one down the left field line as you take a look here. Puts a charge right down the line, and both runs will score, as you mentioned, Houston. Both of those will be charged to Morgan Lashley. JMU up 3-0 here early on. That's the kind of performance they wanted here in the beginning of this ball game. Game 1 of the doubleheader.
And especially psychologically being a doubleheader, if you can get ahead in game 1, I feel like that just has to make your odds a little bit better in game 2. Especially if you can do so very convincingly. 3-0 in the first, that's convincingly enough for now. Cassidy Clayton at the plate now, wearing number 20. She is the first baseman for the Dukes. She's behind early, 0-1. Second pitch will be a called strike as well. So an 0-2 count now to Cassidy Clayton. She is one of the 4 seniors, 5'7". She bats left-handed but throws right-handed. From Acton, Massachusetts, went to Acton Boxborough High School. The 0-2 well out of the zone. Clayton was not going to chase that one. 1-2 the count.
Patience at the plate, especially when Morgan Lashley, a little bit maybe frustrated out on the mound, trying to collect herself, came in strong with 2 strikes here in this at-bat.
The 1-2, that one also going to miss away from Clayton. Clayton has played in 27 out of the 28 games this year. She started in 26 of those. Only a 196 hitter for the senior. Does have 2 doubles this year as this one is fouled up. And will there be enough room for the third baseman? No, she misread it and she slipped next to the dugout. Looks like she's all right. That was Kim Smith, the third baseman.
Take a look here at the replay. The ball kind of sawed off at the plate. Smith gets onto the corner and slips a little bit on the pavement just right there.
I believe, yeah, right there where the opening is for steps to go down into the dugout.
You have here Veterans Memorial Park down the first and third baselines right up until the outfield. It is turf. aside from the dirt behind home and around home plate.
And not very much foul territory here. The 2-2, they're going to call it strike 3. So Lashley with her first strikeout of the night.
That was the first batter in 5 attempts, 5 out of 6 that had reached base for JMU. Cassie Clayton goes down looking. The first strikeout on the afternoon for Morgan Lashley. That's one way to respond, Houston. You talked about you got to settle back in and gear up, even though those runs have come across, and she did so there.
Rise ball, miss high to Madison Moran for ball 1 to the third baseman. Another one of those freshmen on this JMU team, but she stepped up and she's definitely been contributing very early. 227 hitter. Count will go 2 balls and no strikes now to Moran. Moran, one of those players for the Dukes that has started and played in every game this season for the Dukes. All 28. Get called strike at the knees of Moran. 2 balls and a strike now.
Dotting the kneecaps is what that pitch was right there. Good. Down 2-0. You knew the fastball was coming. Moran let it go by just at the bottom side of the knees right there for strike 1.
This ball is going to miss a bit downstairs. 3-1 the count now to Madison Moran. She's drawn only 2 walks this season, so maybe not the most patient person at the plate, but she's shown a good eye in this at bat. The 3-1. This ball sent. It's going to drop in on the left field line. Just barely stays in. That's going to be her 6th RBI of the season, and it'll be a 2-out single to give the Dukes a 4-0 lead over the Hofstra Pride.
And that was Caitlin Sandy who came in to score for JMU, but she had reached on the air, so another unearned run charged for Hofstra. 4 runs have come across, 2 earned, 2 unearned. Now we have Sandy has scored, Taylor Newton on second base, and now Madison Moran on first. JMU has batted through the lineup with Mimi Morris coming up to the plate.
Mimi Morris, the left fielder, wearing number 2. Again, another freshman. Mimi, though, from Illinois. She will look at ball 1. So 1-0 count to the freshman, 246 hitter. She's made 23 starts this season, played in 26 games. Only has 1 RBI, and only has 2 extra base hits as both doubles. She's going to lay the bunt down, but it will go foul. Count will go even, 1-1.
Interesting call there by Coach Dean to give Morris the bunt sign. Well, you have the third and first baseman for Hofstra, Kim Smith and Maggie Hawkins, playing even and just in front of the bags rather. So would have worked out. We'll see what's coming here with the 1-1 count.
The 1-1. She does put the bunt down a little too strong. Right back to the pitcher, Lashley. She'll make the routine play. 1-3 on the putout, and that will do it for the Dukes, but not before they push 4 runs across the plate on 3 hits and 1 Hofstra error. When we come back, Hofstra Pride will come back to the plate. Top of the second, you're listening to JMU Softball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your contract.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park. I'm Houston Stutz, joined by John Simpson here in the broadcast booth. A very nice day in Harrisonburg. About 70 degrees out when I came into the ballpark. Sun was out. It's been out in spurts. A little bit cloudy right now, but still blue skies. Nice little breeze blowing. And it is going from left field to center, so from left to right. Leading off for Hofstra Pride will be Maggie Hawkins, first baseman, wearing number 36. She will dig in. get things going for the Pride here in the top half of the second inning, trailing 4-0. A leadoff hit would be very nice for the Pride right about now. First pitch, though, a little unhittable. It's going to be up and in for ball one to Maggie Hawkins.
You see the huddle out there before the inning began, and here in the top of the second, Jalen Ford meeting with her teammates in the infield. Just have to wonder what kind of words she had for them. Probably a bunch of thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. And she had a little bit to chip in on the offensive side as well in the bottom of the first.
This definitely takes a little pressure off of her on the mound as she delivers ball two to Hawkins. The 2-0 pitch will be a call and strike on the outside corner. Painted perfectly by Ford there. 2-1 the count now to Hawkins.
And the advantage of having such an early lead here in the second inning, Jalen Ford can work with her arsenal a little bit right here, move pitches around on the plate, try to confuse the Pride hitters.
This one will be fouled back to the screen, and just like that, Ford is battled back in the count. It's even 2-2.
Talked about dotting the knees earlier. Pitching is much like being a surgeon. You want to carefully craft where you're going to put each pitch and let it fly. And Jalen Ford has definitely been given the reins and is able to do that here in the top of the second.
This ball is going to be blooped just into the outfield. It's going to get out of the reach of the second baseman there for the Dukes, Hannah Hayes. So that will fall in for a leadoff single for Maggie Hawkins. It's how the Hofstra Pride started the game. It's how they'll start the second inning as well. Here's another look at it.
Right in between the triangle of infielders and one outfielder for JMU.
Yeah, fell into that Bermuda triangle. Ball is just completely lost. Nobody could get to it in time. First pitch to Kim Smith, third baseman. Wearing number 3 for the Pride, will miss away for ball one.
And Hawkins on first base, not a big threat to steal a base, hasn't attempted any this year.
This ball's going to be hit hard. Second base, it's Hannah Hayes. She's going to flip to shortstop, and the Dukes will turn the 4-6-3 double play. And that's another way to get out of trouble just like that, John.
Yeah, and when you go 4-6-3 like that, especially with the senior Caitlin Sandy turning it right at second base, got the right foot quickly off the bag and fired over to Cassie Clayton, able to turn the double play there. It's interesting to note, Sandy leads the team in errors this year with 10 on the infield. Definitely had a handle on the ball there.
Very nice looking plays. This ball will be a little bit high to the designated player, Lacey Clark, for ball one. So after starting in the first inning, Jalen Ford was able to get ahead very quickly on batters, but here she's had to fall behind and fight back. So doing it in a little different fashion, as she will go behind once again now, 2-0. Swing and a miss. 2-1 to count.
Ford really whipping the wrist through the zone here on that fastball this afternoon, doing a great job. You mentioned Houston. She's fallen behind a few times, but really comes strong with that fastball in these 2-0 counts. And Hofstra knows it's coming, but they're not doing anything with it so far.
2-1, another swing and a miss. Nice fastball through the zone. Count will go even 2-2. And Jalen Ford will get another strikeout as she will sit down Lacey Clark. So that's her third of the afternoon. And it's a little bit unconventional after giving up a leadoff single to Maggie Hawkins, but a 1-2-3 inning for the Pride. They do get one hit, no runs, and no Duke errors. After 1.5, the Dukes continue to lead 4-0. They're coming to the plate in the bottom of the second when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park in Harrisonburg, Virginia, as CAA play opens up. Opening day, and couldn't have asked for a better matchup. Preseason number 1 and number 2 here in Harrisonburg.
Well, Houston, you talk about that. The last time JMU won, as we discussed in the pregame show, was a 2-0 win back in Hempstead, New York, the home of the Hofstra Pride, back in the 2009 CAA championship. Hofstra with that 14-game winning streak in the series. JMU saying something about that with an early 4-0 lead as strike one is called on. Nikki Prince, as JMU, we talked about, went through the whole lineup in the first inning. Did a great job of getting bats onto the plate and putting runs across as well.
Yep, sent all 9 Dukes. So they're going to start the the second, the way they started the first, when Nikki Prince in the box, and she's going to foul this one off the Hofstra dugout. Count will go 0-2. Prince grounded out to second base in her first at bat to start the game off for the Dukes. But after that was a great offensive showing by the Dukes. This ball's going to be slapped just foul. Kim Smith could not get to it at third base before it got across the chalk lines. Count will stay 0-2.
I think Nikki Prince, after she went down that ground out to second base, got back into the dugout and saw her teammates do what they did. She says, I want a piece of that action too, and here she is. She's down in the count 0-2.
Yeah, 2, that's going to miss downstairs. Good eye there. Pitch was close. 1-2 the count now.
Morgan Lashley coming here into the second inning, back on the mound after that rough first inning. He's coming out strong with those 2 strikes, really trying to paint the corners.
The 1-2 is not even going to make it to the plate. It bounces a good 3 feet in front. So that will even the count 2-2.
Well, she can keep on doing that if she wants to keep on painting the dirt instead, but it's not the way you want to go about doing your business here on the baseball field.
The 2-2, this will be fouled down the left field line as well. Count will stay the same. JMU ahead 4-0. Done so on 3 hits. No Madison errors. Hofstra only 2 hits and 1 error. That was by the third baseman, Kim Smith. And this one's going to go over Smith's head, but just barely foul. Thought it was going to drop in, but no, just a foot to the left of the line.
Good call there by third base umpire Art St. Germain. He has to whip his head around and really make that call. Definitely a bang-bang situation, but the right call there. Still count 2-2 on Nikki Prince, the center fielder this afternoon in Game 1 of the doubleheader for the Dukes.
Yeah, full 180-degree turn he's got to make there. But he made the right call, as this pitch will be just a bit too close to those nice purple pants that JMU is wearing today. Count will go full now, 3-2 to Nikki Prince, the center fielder for the Dukes.
JMU, the white tops, purple bottoms. Hofstra with the blue and gold trim on the top and gray pants.
And this ball is going to hit her just below the hip, so she's going to take her base, and for the first time today, the Dukes have a leadoff batter on first base.
And then Hannah Hayes coming up. She got struck across the button, it looked like, and then we later concluded the N in Madison on the jersey. So 2 batters have been hit by Morgan Lashley.
She's also walked Jalen Ford, and that was one of the runs that came in for the Dukes.
With hitting there, Nikki Prince, that's the 5th batter she's hit with a pitch so far this season.
So Hannah Hayes step in. She lays down a beauty of a bunt. She's not going to be able to beat it out, but she does advance Nikki Prince over to second. You couldn't have asked for a better bunt. She put it down where the catcher had to come out to it, Aaron Trippy, but it was just inside the line and just outside of the batter's box.
And give her a sacrifice bunt right there. Is definitely got the job done, as JMU with a runner on second base and 1 out really has a chance with the 3, 4, and 5 hitters due up. Erica Field, Jalen Ford, and Caitlin Sandy in their lineup. Coach Dean standing down there at third base, definitely happy with the performance JMU's put on so far through an inning and a half.
So another runner in scoring position for the Dukes as Erica Field is swinging at the first pitch. She's going to pop it up, but Maggie Hawkins is there to squeeze it for out number 2. So Jalen Ford will come to the plate now. The pitcher for the Dukes. So pitcher against pitcher. We'll see what Lashley can throw at her. Again, she sticks to working away from Ford. This one catches the upper outside corner for ball one. Strike one.
A couple of those hits that have driven in runs for JMU have been line drive, but very soft line drives down the left field line. If Lashley stays away, look for Jalen Ford to go with the pitch into right field. That should score Nikki Prince easily. Prince on the season has scored 9 runs. Has a chance to get number 10 if Jalen Ford's able to put the ball in the outfield.
The 0-1 missed just above the laces for ball one. But the 1-1, that's sent on a line to the wall. It's going to score 1 run, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Jalen Ford with 2 out, and that extends the Madison advantage to 5-0 over the Hofstra Pride.
Just as we mentioned, you get that ball in the outfield, in the gap especially, Jalen Ford, no problem getting to second base. Stand-up RBI double. RBI number 15 on the year for Miss Ford. Now second on the team, 3 behind Erica Field for the team lead.
And with that drive into center field by Ford, that will bring up senior shortstop Caitlin Sandy, wearing number 22. Sandy from Fayetteville, North Carolina, went to Jack Britt High School.
And the bats have come alive here today for JMU. As their highest scoring ball game so far this year, they scored 11 runs in a win over Illinois Chicago back on February 15th.
This ball's going to be popped up. It looks like it's going to be in playable ground for the catcher, but no, she just lets it drop. And now it's a pickle between third and home, and that will do it for the Dukes. So a nice little rundown, but eventually Jalen Ford was tagged out. So that will do it for the Dukes, but they do tack on 1 more hit and push 1 more run across the plate. Their advantage is up 5-0 now over the Hofstra Pride, who will be coming to the plate for the top of the third when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things, great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
I guess it counts as a...
I put 1 left on base too, because...
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park, where the Dukes hold a 5-0 advantage over the Hofstra Pride. In that last hit by Caitlin Sandy, they did call it a hit because it did fall in before the rundown between third base and home plate that retired Jalen Ford. So leading off for the Hofstra Pride will be Corinne Bailey. She's yet to come to the plate, so due up in the third for the Hofstra Pride will be 8-9. Then back to the top of the order we go with Chloe Fitzgerald. So 8, 9, and 1 due up in the third for the Pride. First pitch that Bailey will see from Ford is going to miss just above the laces for ball 1.
Corinne Bailey of the starting lineup is batting average-wise lowest on the team at .208. 48 at-bats, has 10 hits. But also has 2 home runs, so a little pop in that bat whenever she gets contact. 11 RBIs, good for second on the team as well, so don't let that .208 batting average deceive you. She also has a .396 on-base percentage. Has drawn 8 walks.
Again, very strong offensive lineup for the Pride. You look at 6 of their 9 starters over 300, then 208 and 277 at the bottom of the order, and 227. So again, a lot of offense in this order. They have yet to show it here as the count will go 2 balls and a strike to the 208 hitter, Corinne Bailey. She's the right fielder, bat left-handed, but she throws right-handed. She is one of those Hofstra Pride players that has started and played in all 16 games this season. Foul back to the backstop. Count goes even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. .396 slugging percentage, .316 on base percentage for Bailey. 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts, so not a threat on the bases, at least as of yet this season, but she's not going to get there. Swing going to miss. Strike out number 4 for Jalen Ford on the afternoon.
Ford really working all 4 zones of the plate, outside corner, inside corner, high, low, doesn't matter. Swing and a miss right there, just up and outside of the plate. Got Bailey to chase that one. Houston, I'll tell you what, she's doing a great job early on. That trip back from Hawaii doesn't seem to have affected the team that bad, or that badly.
No jet lag, no time zone difference for the Dukes. They're playing very strong, just as they were in Hawaii. They went 9-1, won the championship of the Rainbow Classic. This pitch will miss upstairs. And again, they lost to Oregon earlier in the tournament. That was their one loss. It was, again, number 2, number 4, depending on what national poll you want to look at. This pitch will miss way down in the basement. 2 balls, no strikes. But then they come back and beat Oregon in that championship game. That's very big for the Dukes' confidence, and you can see it here. They're playing with a lot more intensity, and they just look a lot happier out there. A lot better jump in their step. This ball missed low. 3-0 now. This is the worst we've seen Ford fall behind her to any Hofstra Pride batter today.
It has not given up a walk yet today, but to touch on that point you made, Houston, that was a 1-0 loss in that first game against Oregon. And on that day when they beat them, they had also played a game against BYU earlier in the morning.
3-1 the count now. It's crazy how softball can do that, and you see Ford pitching now, but because of the arm motion, obviously it's not like baseball. It's not as stressful on the shoulder, but she could come back and pitch game 2. And Hofstra last year, they had a pitcher that ran through the CAA. That's all you need in softball, one really good pitcher, and that's exactly what Hofstra has. And again, they continue to bring in strong pitching staffs, and they got another one this year. Just hasn't been their outing as of yet this afternoon, but they do get a 1-out walk here, so Tori Rocha will make her way down to first base. Back to the top of the order we go, so we make the turn here in the 3rd. Chloe Fitzgerald will step into the batter's box. She singled to start the game off. She's going to try and get another one here, and she does, right up the middle, just underneath of Hannah Hayes' glove. That will roll to Nikki Prince in center, who will field it and send it back in. But that puts runners on first and second now for the Pride, with only 1 away here in the 3rd.
Looked like Hannah Hayes may have just overrun that ball a little bit. Would have been a tough backhand play to make. As you take a look here, right past the circle and just over the right foot, actually. It got in the glove a bit too far. Good play out there in center field by Nikki Prince to back it up, though, to hold both runners to advancing 1 base. However, Hofstra has the meat of the lineup headed our way.
So only the 3rd hit of the ball game for the Pride, 2nd of the day by Fitzgerald. Slap style type hitter. Rachel Senator steps in. She's not able to connect on that one, which is a good thing. It was down low for ball 1. Good crowd on hand here today at Veterans Memorial Park. First 50 students got free t-shirts, and this pitch will miss upstairs for ball 2. So Ford not in the zone that she was in earlier. Now we'll get Mickey Dean out of the dugout. He'll come out and try and calm her down just a little bit here, which still got things under control, nothing to worry about.
You do, like talked about, Houston, Rachel Senator is one of those players, if you get behind her, she'll make you pay. She's tied with the team lead in hits with 21. So, Mickey Dean's out there probably just saying, guys, we've got a sizable lead here, 5-run advantage. Yeah, runners on first and second. Do have the 1 out, though. So any ball in the infield, your first look is at third base if you have it. Well, obviously you'd hope to turn 2, but if it's not there, just fire on to first base and get the sure out. JMU trying to hold this advantage here. Hofstra, though, is banging at the door looking to get that first run across.
And if it's anything like JMU, if they can get that first run across, the floodgates, they're going to start to open. So Rachel Senator, the center fielder, will step back in for the Pride. She struck out in her first plate appearance in the first. She's ahead here, 2-0. This ball is slapped. It's going to drop into left field right in front of Mimi Morris, who fields it, throws to third. But she got it in so quickly, not enough damage was able to be done by the Pride. The throw in was a bit low to Madison Moran, but Jalen Ford backed her up to make any run scoring possibility not an option for the Pride. So the bases are loaded. Pride trailing 5-0 with only one out here in the top of the third. Becca Bigler at the plate. This will hit the back of the mitt, strike one.
It's a big pitch there by Jalen Ford. The base is loaded and one out to come at the number 3 hitter in the lineup for Hofstra, Becca Bigler, with a strike. She's ahead now.
It's been a while since she's been ahead. Let's go all the way back to the second inning. Or excuse me, the first at bat in this game inning, when she got Corinne Bailey to swing.
So the warning. So it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Looked like Ford had done something on the mound that you're not allowed to do.
So that will be a ball now. So 1 ball, 1 strike, and this pitch will miss. 2 balls and a strike now. So what would have been 1-1 turns into 2-1 now. So Ford, once again, tough situation from behind. She goes right at the batter though and gets it in there for a called strike.
Good movement on that pitch there to come, start on the outside portion of the plate and whip its way back in. A little check swing there from Bigler. Let it go by.
That was a very nice pitch. Had Bigler confused. 2-2. This ball's turned on and wrote down the left field line, but it is foul. Count will stay the same, 2-2. Bigler. She tried putting all BIG into that, sending that one big out of the ballpark. She couldn't get a hold to it though. In time, she got it way ahead of it. But she can't catch up to this one. She's behind it. That's strike 3, and she will go down for the second time today. 2 outs now for Jalen Ford and the JMU Dukes in the top of the third. Both of the outs have been strikeouts.
Look at this pitch here, the big bender from Jalen Ford. Right over the middle of the plate. Bigler just could not catch up. You had no, she was fooled on that one.
First pitch to Erin Trippy, the catcher, will be a ball. So Jalen Ford, again, working from behind, it seems like, with every batter this inning. Erin Trippy, she struck out in her last at bat. She's going to swing and miss at that pitch. Nice pop in the mitt. 1-1.
And she struck out to end things in the top half of the first. You would think that Jalen Ford out on the mound would want a mirror image of that first inning here in this at-bat.
The 1-1. That's not a way to get the mirror image, and misses high for ball 2. 2-1 now. Erin Trippy, a catcher, junior, 5'5". Again from Lyndhurst, New Jersey. Went to Paramus Catholic. The 2-1. This is going to get away from Erica Field to the backstop, but because the backstop is so close to the plate here, that Erica Field was able to get to it and field it very quickly and not allow the runners to advance. And that's just Veterans Memorial Park helping you out there. Not very much room behind the plate for the ball to get away. 3-1 is the count. Need a strike here from Ford. The 3-1 delivery. She gets the strike on the outside corner. The count will go full now to Aaron Trippy.
And you can almost guarantee that she had the take sign all the way there on the 3-1 pitch, trying to see if Jalen Ford was able to get the strike across. She was. Full count with the bases loaded and 2 outs. We'll see what's in store.
The 3-2 delivery, swing and a miss. Jalen Ford gets the strikeout. She sits down. All 3 of the Hofstra outs in this inning were strikeouts. That puts her total up to 6 on the afternoon. So again, after 2.5 innings of play, the JMU Dukes continue to lead. The Hofstra Pride 5-0. They get the threat, but cannot do anything with it. JMU will come to the plate when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Fort Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park. Morgan Lashley still only in the circle for the Hofstra Pride. Leading off for the Dukes in the bottom half, the 3rd inning, will be freshman Taylor Newton. So 6, 7, and 8 spots due up for the Dukes. That's Taylor Newton, Cassidy Clayton, and Madison Moran. Out of those 3 hitters, 2 of them have hits. Taylor Newton and Madison Moran. Cassidy Clayton went down looking back in the 1st.
Yeah, back in the top half of the 3rd inning that we just saw, that was the opportunity for Hofstra to get on the board. They had the bases loaded. They had a 3-1 count as you had Aaron Trippy in the box. Had the take sign on the 3-1 pitch. Jalen Ford came with back-to-back fastballs to sit her down to get out of a jam there. But that was the chance Hofstra wanted. They had the opportunity. They could not take advantage of it. Now they're back out in the field where they've been pretty solid. The 1 error at 3rd base by Kim Smith allowed JMU to score its first run. But other than that, Hofstra struggling out here on the diamond. That 13-3 record looks to be, early on at least, in jeopardy here. See if they can settle back in. As you mentioned, Houston, the freshman Taylor Newton up at the plate.
First pitch from Lashley. The bottom half of the 3rd is going to miss low for ball 1. So she starts the bottom of the 3rd with a pitch at the bottom. 1-0, slap to the shortstop. That's Becca Bigler. She fields it and throws the first. 6-3 on the putout. 1 away for the Dukes.
Strong fielding there by Bigler. Gets the ball, 1 hop. Fires it over to first base for that 6-3 putout.
So 1 away, and now your Hofstra, you got to have a strong defense, and you got to capitalize on your opportunities offensively. But if you're not going to do so, good defense is at least a solid start to make a comeback. First pitch to Cassidy Clayton will be up and away for ball 1.
And Clayton came up with the runner on second base last time, was not able to get a hit, struck out looking.
The 1-0, this ball's popped up into center field. Rachel Senator will move under it and squeeze it for out number 2, and just like that, 2 are down for the Dukes here in the bottom of the 3rd. First back-to-back outs recorded for the Pride.
Different tune here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. JMU unable to get either of their first 2 runners on base, as Morgan Lashley seems to be settling out there on the bump here at Veterans Memorial Park on a beautiful Saturday afternoon.
This pitch just a tad bit shy of beautiful. It's down low for ball 1 to Madison Moran. Freshman at the plate. She singled to left field in the 1st inning. Count will go 2 balls, no strikes. Moran from Taylor Mill, Kentucky, went to Holy Cross. And she will see a strike. Takes 3 pitches to do so. 2 balls and a strike now, the count to Moran.
That ball, borderline ball and strike, called one by Joe Massaro on the inside portion of the plate. And that one just a little bit farther inside for ball 3.
So 3-1 the count to Moran, who again entered the day with a 227 average, but obviously that went up with her single in the first. She's going to take another pitch, but this one caught the outside corner. Count goes full now to the Kentucky native. This ball will be dribbled very softly to Tori Rocha at second. She'll make the 4-3 put out in for the first time today for either squad. They go down in order 1, 2, 3 for the Dukes. No runs, no errors, and no hits. After 3 full, the Dukes continue to lead the Pride 5-0. They'll be coming to the plate. Top of the 4th, when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your contract.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park, where the JMU Dukes are leading preseason CAA favorite Hofstra 5-0. The Pride, no runs, 4 hits, 1 error, while the Dukes managed to put 5 runs on the board on 5 hits and no errors. Jalen Ford will step back into the circle. Maggie Hawkins leading off, and she's going to take a ball 1 to begin the 4th inning of play.
And how about 6 strikeouts on the afternoon for Jalen Ford? Had 3 in the last inning, back-to-back to end the inning. Getting out of that bases-loaded jam, has to be feeling excellent out there on the mound. If you take a look in the stands, see that the Hofstra Pride travel well. Had a couple tailgates going on out in the parking lot. Their fans coming out to support the team. Are in for a little rough go of it so far here in the first game of the doubleheader. Down 5-0 in the 4th.
The 2-0. Big cut by Hawkins. She misses. 2 balls and a strike.
Houston, we've talked about how dominating Hofstra can be. Or dominant rather. JMU can on any given day do just the same, and we've seen that here today.
The 2-1. This one's going to go into the stands. Another fan will make the catch very easily, barehanded. Count will go even, 2-2. Maggie Hawkins from Easton, Maryland. Went to Easton High School. 5'8" sophomore. Infielder and pitcher for the Pride. 2-2 delivery. Ball swung on, and it's going to go back behind the stands. Out of play. 2-2 will stay the count. It's Maggie Hawkins. Singled in her first at bat in the 2nd inning. That was a leadoff single, double. No, that was correct. Single to start the 2nd inning. The 2-2. Back to the screen. Count will stay the same.
I think he got a little tripped up by that next one, the 4-6-3 double play, the great defense by the Dukes, as we've seen many times here today. Talking about Hofstra traveling well, the stands here at Veterans Memorial Park, as we've seen on a couple of pans for foul balls, are completely packed.
This ball is going to be lifted into right field. Coming in to make the grab will be freshman Taylor Newton. That'll be the first batter gone for the Hofstra Pride. So 1 up, 1 down for Hofstra here in the 4th.
And JMU started 25 of these first 29 games away from Veterans Memorial Park. They've only played in 3 home games, 4th one canceled back in February. So they're treating the hometown crowd right here in game number 1.
It's been a very tough time to play baseball, softball, or any outdoor sport at that matter with all the weather we've had. As this ball sent back to the screen by Kim Smith, the third baseman. Again, she grounded into that double play you mentioned, John, that 4-6-3 in the second.
And you and I can attest to that. Rough weather. Have had at least 5 or 6 snow days here at JMU, and believe it or not, a little more snow forecast for next Tuesday. Not sure if you'd heard that one yet.
Have not. Oh my goodness. Snow on snow. That's all we've gotten as the count goes 1-1.
But the odd thing about it is it'll be so warm the day before. It'll be pushing 70 degrees like it is today. Saw last Sunday. Then the big storm came from the west coast all the way across to the east.
1-1. Swing and a miss by Kim Smith. Count goes 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Tell you what, though, on the drive over here, everybody was out and about playing some cornhole, having a couple of cookouts, so I think that warm weather should be here to stay. It's a nice thing.
This ball is going to be blooped into right field, but Newton is on her horse, and she makes the grab for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down.
Hadn't seen much action coming into the top of the 4th inning. Both batters, Maggie Hawkins and Kim Smith, sending balls her way, testing the freshman out there, but she says, hey, just because I'm a freshman doesn't mean I can't get on that horse that you mentioned, Houston, and ride it a little bit to get to that ball.
And that outfield for the Dukes, all 3 of them freshmen, just a very young outfield. Swing and a miss by Lacey Clark.
And Coach Dean throwing him into the fire early. He has to with injuries. He talked about to Widener, and you have to get out there and get that experience, but it definitely bodes well for the future.
Ball misses upstairs. 1-1, and you also lose. Last year you had Jasmine Butler, who played center field, very strong player. So you lose her. Then you lose Morgan Heath, who did not graduate, just decided softball wasn't her thing this year. This count goes 2-1. So she was an all-CAA performer, first team, I do believe. She set a record last year for JMU, most RBIs in the game. She had 6. So that's a big part of your offense right there. As this count will go 3-1 now.
The question becomes, how do you replace that offense? You do have Jalen Ford, who's equally as destructive at the plate as she is with the ball in her hand on the mound. You have to find other sources of offense. We've seen that here today. A couple of RBI singles and the RBI double for Ford.
Swing and miss. Count goes full, and want to talk about offensive leaving. Sarah Mooney, she had a couple moon shots. Every game you'd come out here, she definitely could get around and get that bat and pop the ball on out of here. 2-2 foul back, excuse me, 3-2 foul back to the net.
Erica Fields able to hold on to that ball. That's strike 3. That's number 7 for Jalen Ford. As it stands, still that full count.
Jalen Ford has had a strikeout in each of the previous 3 innings. We'll see if she can get one here. Ooh, very pretty pitch, but not good enough according to Joe Massaro. That will be ball 4, and that'll be the first walk issued by second walk issued by Jalen Ford today.
Looked like Joe Massaro has drawn the line at the knees where he's calling balls and strikes, and couldn't tell from this angle, but that one must have been just below the kneecaps. So it was right over the heart of the plate.
Yeah, it was definitely over the plate. Guess just a tad bit too low. Stepping into the batter's box is Corinne Bailey. She's swinging on the first pitch. She's going to turn on it, send it into right field. So that will be a 2-out single for Corinne Bailey, who struck out in her last at bat. And now Hofstra Pride are trying to throw together a small 2-out rally, and they're in business with a runner in scoring position.
You can't say they haven't gotten the bat on the ball. They do have 5 hits now on the afternoon with that single. JMU also with 5 hits, but they have a 5 in the runs category as well, where they've really put it on.
They've just capitalized a little bit more than Hofstra has in this game when they've got runners on base and in scoring position. This ball will be a called strike to Tori Rocha. Rocha, the senior infielder. We'll look at ball 1 here. Count goes even. Rocha from Rehoboth, Massachusetts. She's going to take a big cut, swing and a miss. 1-2.
Rocha on the season with 13 hits in 46 at-bats. 47 at-bats, excuse me. Drew a walk in her first plate appearance this afternoon, so still 48 at-bats officially. This is number 49.
1-2. It's going to climb the ladder a little bit, and it's going to be upstairs. 2-2. Jalen Ford really starting to slow down the game. She's going to put this pitch in there, and it's going to be slapped foul by Rocha. Count will stay even at 2 with 2 out in the top half of the 4th inning. Hofstra Pride trailing 5-0 to the James Madison Dukes on opening weekend of CAA softball. And we've had a great matchup here. The 5-0 score definitely does not reflect how this game has been played. The 2-2. That's going to be downstairs for ball 3.
Back-to-back full counts drawn here by the Hofstra Pride. That's where Rocha stands in, the senior, looking to get a few runs. Hofstra just begging and trying to swing at anything that's close, trying to get any sort of offense going here. With runners on first and second and 2 outs.
Swinging at anything close, but they've also been patient as well, as this ball is once again fouled back to the screen. They're doing a great job of just battling and fouling off pitches they don't like until they can get one they do like. Just has not worked out for them better part of the day with runners in scoring position. There is one here. Hofstra again looking for that first run and to get rid of the goose egg on the scoreboard. This one goes back once again off the net.
Jalen Ford working the outside part of the plate in this at-bat. Rocha leans to the right a little bit when she puts her right foot out there. So Jalen Ford trying to get her to go with her pitches as opposed to Rocha taking advantage of what Jalen Ford brings to the plate. Another payoff pitch on the way.
The 3-2 delivery. This is going to be well outside and very high, so that's ball 4. Third walk today issued by Jalen Ford, and once again it loads the bases. So a big opportunity here for the Hofstra Pride. We go back to the top of the lineup with Chloe Fitzgerald, the left fielder, wearing number 10, and she is 2 for 2 on the day with 2 singles. So if you're the Pride, you got who you want at the plate. First pitch by Ford. Swing and a miss.
Back-to-back innings where the bases have been loaded with 2 outs. We saw at the end of last inning, Jalen Ford was able to strike out back-to-back batters. She got the first 2 outs rather handily here in the 4th. She ran into a little bit of trouble.
Line and the pitch, it's bounced to shortstop. That's Caitlin Sandy. She fields it cleanly, throws it the first 6-3 on the putout, and out over the Hofstra Pride. So once again, they get the hits, they put runners in position, but cannot do anything. The Dukes defense prevents them from putting any runs on the board. So after 3.5 innings of play, the Dukes lead the Hofstra Pride 5-0, and they'll be coming to the plate in the bottom of the 4th when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your contract.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park. I'm Houston Stutz, joined today by John Simpson for this Madison HD Sportsnet video production. JMU took over things very early in the first. They put 4 runs on the board, added another in the second, but have been quiet since. They went down in order in the third, so they're looking to change their fortune here in the bottom of the fourth. Due up for the Dukes is Mimi Morris, the 9-hitter. Then go back to the top with Nikki Prince and Hannah Hayes in the 1 and 2 spots for Madison. So both teams 5 hits. The difference, 5 runs for the Dukes and 1 error for the Pride.
Yeah, it all began with that error by Kim Smith at third base that allowed Hannah Hayes to score in the first inning, and then JMU just really busted things wide open and got 4 more runs in that inning as Mimi Morris takes the bat back but lets the ball go by for strike 1. And talk about Houston, how JMU needs to capitalize on opportunities, and they have more than done that today.
They have definitely done so, and try and capitalize on one here, but Mimi Morris cannot beat it out. So that will be the first retired Duke of the fourth, and she will go down on the 5-3 putout. So to the top of the order we go. Nikki Prince will step into the batter's box for the Dukes. Was hit by a pitch in her last at bat. She did get around to score though, and that was the last run the Dukes have put onto the board. She's behind early 0-1. Nikki Prince from Ashburn, Virginia, went to Stonebridge High School. And she will take a look at strike 2, so she's behind 0-2.
A few of the Northern Virginia products on this team, joined with Erica Field from Osborne Park in Manassas, Virginia.
This ball is going to be hammered right back up the middle by Nikki Prince. That's her first base hit of the day. And that's a 1-out single to get the Dukes going here in the fourth. So Hannah Hayes will step in, the second baseman. She'll bat down a sac bunt in the second. She was hit by a pitch in the first and did score a run for the Dukes.
6 of the 9 starters for the Dukes today have gotten at least 1 hit, as Nikki Prince has joined that category.
So again, 6 hits on the board, as John mentioned. Strike 1 now to Hannah Hayes.
No one with a multi-hit game yet, but you do have Hannah Hayes here, who's been on base both times, or excuse me, just one time, was hit by a pitch in her first at bat, laid down a sac bunt her last time up. That could have been our chance right there if the net wasn't there. That one fouled back sharply to the screen.
So she goes down 0-2 now in the count. But you mentioned that no multi-hit games. I think it's a lot better to have the balance spread out across your lineup rather than have that one person that does have maybe 3 or 4 hits. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but still you'd rather have that balance, which the Dukes have, because when you can attack the defense from every part of your order, you're going to be a very tough team to beat.
And you mess with defensive scenarios as well. You spread out the infield and the outfield. You make Hofstra switch their schemes that they came into, or what the game plan for today.
The 1-2, it's going to be blooped just over the pitcher's head, but the shortstop Becca Bigler is there. She's going to turn double play with the catch and the throw to first base, because Hannah Hayes thought it was going to fall in and she was running on the play. Unconventionally, the Dukes go down 1-2-3. They do add another hit to the board, but no runs. So after 4 full here in Harrisonburg, the Dukes continue to lead 5-0 over the Hofstra Pride. You're listening to JMU Softball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park as we enter the top half of the 5th inning. As the JMU Dukes lead 5-0 over the Hofstra Pride, preseason favorites in the CAA. The Dukes, though, not far behind. They were predicted to finish second. So both teams very strong. Both teams have got out to a very strong start this season as a whole, both receiving votes in both national polls, USA Today and ESPN.com. So both teams have to be pleased with their early season performance. Dukes with a big victory in their last outing over Oregon, number 4 ranked, depending on which poll you looked at. First pitch, though, by number 4, Rachel Senator, is hit deep into center field, but Nikki Prince will make the jog to her right or left to make the grab. One away for the Pride on the first pitch of the inning from Ford, and it's exactly what you need after the pitch count she's had to go through.
Exactly right, Houston. Especially, you got good communication between pitcher and catcher. Talking about great communication between Nikki Prince and Mimi Morris out there in center and left field, respectively. Prince calling off Morris, who was also giving chase on that fly ball. As one away here, Jalen Ford getting the start she wants.
This ball is going to be lined just a bit foul on the left field line for strike 1. But communication in the outfield, not the easiest thing to do, especially for 2 freshmen out there. A whole freshman outfield, and they've been playing and covering the outfield very well.
You have those two, Prince and Morris, from Northern Virginia and Illinois, respectively, so have never gotten the chance to play together growing up, any kind of travel ball. First time playing together, showing great chemistry out there in the outfield early on.
This ball's going to be dribbled back to Ford. She's going to make the grab and flip it to first for the out. Great play made there by Jalen Ford on the 1-3 putout. So 2 away for the Hofstra Pride in the top half of the 5th inning. Aaron Trippy will come to the plate with the Pride trailing 5-0. 2 away here in the 5th. The delivery from Ford back to the screen for strike 1.
Aaron Trippy, the victim of strikeouts, has gone down swinging both at bats. It's Jalen Ford, for whatever the reason might be, just has her number dialed up today.
Hofstra Pride, they've left 7 runners on base to this point in the game. Count goes 0-2, a big swing and a miss by Trippy, the catcher.
And back-to-back innings where they did leave the bases loaded. Kudos to the JMU defense for buckling down and not allowing any runs across, especially Jalen Ford, but you have to be a little bit frustrated if you're on the Hofstra Pride.
This ball will get away from Erica Field, but no harm, no foul there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So Ford still ahead in the count to Aaron Trippy, who has struck out in both plate appearances. This won't be a strikeout pitch. It climbs the ladder a bit high and does even the count up 2-2. So Trippy battling back after being behind early.
You've talked about patience at the plate for Hofstra. Getting into the later third of the ball game here, can still use that patience. You have to think that Hofstra's, anytime that mistake pitch comes across, you cannot let it go away.
2-2, swing and a miss, and that will be the 3rd strikeout for Aaron Trippy. That will put the total for Jalen Ford up to 7 on the afternoon. So very strong day in the circle for Jalen Ford. And the Hofstra Pride will go down in order for the first time today. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base for the Pride. So after 4.5, the Dukes continue to lead 5-0. They'll try and add to that when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
If you love wings, if you love rings, and all kinds of other tempting things, great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food, get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park on this beautiful Saturday afternoon in March, which, you know what comes along with March there, John, is a lot of madness that's happening right now. Louisville is beating St. Louis 27-24, 15-16 left in that one. Already victorious today were the Florida Gators. They took care of the Pittsburgh Panthers, who played very well against Colorado the other day. But enough with that NCAA action. Back to this CAA action, as the Dukes will dig in. Erica Field will lead things off for the Dukes, and she will take ball one.
You talk about JMU women's basketball. We'll be playing in the first round of the NCAA tournament tomorrow against Gonzaga. That game was 11 seed JMU or the 6 seed Zags of Gonzaga. That should be an interesting matchup on ESPN. So congratulations to Coach Brooks and all of his players, Kirby Burkholder and Nikki Newman, the local products here, seniors on that team.
5:30 tip-off, and that will be on ESPN. Again, covered regionally here in the Harrisonburg market and surrounding areas. Count goes 2 balls and a strike to Erica Field. Or if you're on the go, you can listen on Madison HD Sportsnet. They will have audio for that with David Taylor, as the count will go 2 balls and 2 strikes. You can listen on your iPad or iPhone, Android device. Just download the JMU Sports app. The 2-2. This ball is going to be sent on a line to a couple of fans who were paying attention.
That fan had itchy fingertips. That one at least touched 7 or 8 of his fingers before he finally got a grip on the ball. Sign him up, put a glove on his hand. Think it'd be pretty good.
Oh, well, that fan happens to be the one who takes care of our fields here. As this ball is hit hard down to third base, Kim Smith will knock it down and make the play. Good job of sticking with it, make the throw across the diamond. 5-3 put out, 1 away for the Dukes. Yeah, if you notice that guy, he's actually the one who, I can't think of his name off the top of my head, but he fixes the chalk lines up pretty nice for us and takes care of this field and has it in beautiful shape. He's in charge of the baseball diamond as well, which is a little bit less of a problem since it's complete turf. Now in for the Dukes, Jalen Ford. First pitch of the at-bat will miss just a bit low for ball 1.
And JMU has slowed down after that torrid start to the ball game in the first inning. Just 1 hit in their last 2 in the third innings.
It's not the offensive production Mickey Dean wanted. Thought we had a possibility of a hit there by Jalen Ford. Just hit off a bad spot in the bat. You could tell when it left it. And that ball was hit foul. Ford just got a little early on that. Sent it down left field line. Count 1-1.
We got 2 balls, 1 strike, says
Yep, 2
Joe
balls.
Massaro. Not sure we missed that one.
To 2-1. This ball will be hit into center field. No problem for Rachel Senator. 2 away for the Dukes here in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, Jalen Ford bidding for home run number 3. It sent Senator, as we saw there, back to the warning track. Just a little bit under it as you take a look at the replay here. I think Jalen had to know that too. Still hustled down the first baseline, which is always good to see.
If you're the Dukes, even though you're up 5-0, you've got to get some offensive production here in the later half of this game, especially with another game coming up after. You don't want to take this slow second half of the game into that second game of the doubleheader. Called strike to Caitlin Sandy, the shortstop.
Sandy on the afternoon is 1 for 2, reached on an error in her first at bat and singled back in the second. Came into today's ball game, hitting .269 on the year. Now 22 hits and 80 at bats. 1 home run, 8 RBIs, 4 doubles, and a triple as well.
The 1-1. This ball's popped up in the center field, and just as she was the last play, Rachel Senator is there to squeeze it for out number 3. So the Dukes go down in order once again for the 3rd time in a row. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base for the Dukes in the bottom of the 5th, so through 5. The Dukes continue to lead 5-0 over the Hofstra Pride. They're coming to the plate when we return here on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park as we enter the top half of the 6th inning between the Pride and the Dukes. Dukes jumped out early in the first inning, put 4 runs on the board, put another 1 spot up in the second, but since it's been nothing but zeros on the board, and for the Pride it's been goose eggs all the way. No runs, but they do have 5 hits and 1 error, which occurred in the first inning. Third baseman Kim Smith bobbled a ball that turned into a couple of runs for the Dukes. For James Madison, 5 runs on 6 hits and no defensive errors. So Jalen Ford is back on the rubber for the Dukes. She's going to be facing against Maggie Hawkins, who's led off every even number inning so far. This ball is popped up to right field, and Taylor Newton is there for the snag.
She's led off each inning. 1 for 2 has flown out to right field now and back-to-back at bats. How about Taylor Newton getting a healthy portion of action and balls flying her way in the air in the last couple of innings? Has really shown how good she can be with the glove. Has came charging in on a few of those plays and has camped under a few as well.
So yeah, the 5, 6, 7 spots due up for Hofstra, and with Hawkins being retired, Kim Smith, the 6 hitter, is at the plate, and she's going to swing and miss and pitch number 1 in the at-bat from Ford. But yeah, I find that pretty crazy though. Maggie Hawkins leading off in each even number inning, 2, 4, and 6. And this is going to hit the helmet of Kim Smith. That very nice loud crack to it, but she seems all right. She's going to take her base.
You know, Joe Massaro run down the line with her, just making sure that she could hear him and that everything's still intact up there, because that's never fun to see, but didn't look to be a fastball. So you take a look at the replay here. Oh, it was a rising one that hit right on the divide of the wire of the mask and the actual helmet itself. She's all right leading off of first base.
First pitch to designated player Lacey Clark. Is going to miss upstairs for ball 1, and that's something that Jalen Ford has had a bit of trouble for. She's had a lot of her pitches just sneak upstairs. This one stays right in the zone. Called strike, 1-1.
It's now crunch time for Hofstra at the top of the 6th inning. They're down to their final 5 outs. They do have Kim Smith at first. Maybe not necessarily a threat to steal, but she does have 5 stolen bases on the year.
This ball is going to be just off the top of the net for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Lacey Clark, designated player. She struck out in the second. She walked in the fourth.
Hofstra came into the ball game with 23 stolen base attempts on the year and was successful 21 of those times.
Called strike 3 on Lacey Clark. Strikeout number 8 on the afternoon for Jalen Ford.
You have to think Jalen's getting close to her total for most in a game. So I'll take a look here.
The all-time record for JMU strikeouts in a game. Definitely not going to get to that. That's 16, and that's happened 3 times in the Dukes' history.
Jalen struck out 11 back when JMU upset UL Lafayette, who was ranked either 20 or 21st, depending on what poll you were looking at back then, back on February 21st of this calendar year. So she has 8 now. She'd have to do a little bit of work to get to that total again.
The 1-0. This is sent into the batting cages down the right field line. So the count will go even at 1. Kareen Bailey is at the plate. She struck out in the third, singled in the fourth. What will she do here in the sixth? With 2 out, runner on first. The 1-1, she swings right through it. 1-2 the count now.
It was a waste pitch right there by Jalen Ford. Somehow got Corinne Bailey to chase. That one almost bounced in the dirt behind home plate.
Bailey, a 5'6" sophomore outfielder from Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania, went to Elizabethtown Area High School. She's going to swing at this, and the Pennsylvania native will send it out of play behind the press box. Count will stay the same, a ball and 2 strikes.
Ford gets the sign. See what she has here.
The 1-2. Again, back over top of the press box. So the count will stay the same to Corinne Bailey. She is the right fielder for the Pride.
We talked about her earlier in the ballgame, how she doesn't have the most intimidating batting average based on what you'll see on a stat sheet, but does have those 11 RBIs on the year.
What better time to get an RBI if you're Bailey now? Send one over the fence, collect 2. Turn this into a ball game again. 1-2, she was swinging for the fences, but no contact was made. Strikeout number 9 for Jalen Ford, and that will do it for the Pride in the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base, and they continue to trail the JMU Dukes after 5.5 innings of play, 5-0. You're listening to JMU Softball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your contract.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Port Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park. The JMU Dukes are cruising right now, 5-0 over the Hofstra Pride from Hempstead, New York. Opening day of CAA softball action across the Colonial Athletic Association. Hofstra picked preseason favorites, the Dukes number 2. But the Dukes with the advantage right now. Taylor Newton will lead off for JMU. She's going to see a called strike pass by on the outside corner for strike 1. 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Dukes. That's Taylor Newton, Cassidy Clayton, and Madison Moran. Count will go even, 1-1. Morgan Lashley been pretty much on point since the second inning. She allowed 1 run to cross there, and that's what got the total up to 5-0. Shaky start, allowed 4 in the first, but since has not allowed anything for the Dukes. 2 balls and a strike. 2-1. This is going to miss down low for ball 3. So 3-1 the count now to Taylor Newton. Lashley, the 3-1 delivery, called strike at the knees to Newton. Count will go full, and of course, she was going to take all the way there. Lashley, payoff pitch, hit right between the legs of third baseman Kim Smith. That's going to go into left field. And in the left fielder, Chloe Fitzgerald had a problem picking it up. That ball was struck, wow, like a laser. It just shot into left field and went right between the legs of Kim Smith. And that will be a double for Taylor Newton. So the freshman putting a zip into that softball, excuse me.
And Houston, you talked about how JMU needed to get that offense going again before they headed to Game 2 of the doubleheader. I'd say that's a pretty good way to do it here in the bottom half of the 6th, pending things hold, and this game concludes after the 7th inning. But looks like we had number 24 go out there for JMU. That would have been Cassie Hill, but she goes back, or Casey Hill. She goes back to the dugout as Cassidy Clayton comes back into the box.
Just a little gamesmanship, I assume, by Mickey Dean. Cassidy Clayton shows bunt, pulls back. Was a good option. That pitch was well outside for ball 1. Runner on second, nobody out. The 1-0. Again, Clayton shows bunt, pulls back. That's ball 2. Nobody out, a runner in scoring position. That's Taylor Newton. She led off the 6th with a shot to left field. Hit hard on the line. The 1-1, this is bunted down the third baseline, but Kim Smith is there. She fields it, throws it to first for the 5-3 putout. 1 away, but that does advance Taylor Newton to third base, and that's exactly what Cassidy Clayton and Mickey Dean had in mind.
Sacrifice has been put down now twice by the Dukes in this ball game. So you take a look and see that Hannah Hayes did it back in the bottom of the second inning when she advanced Nikki Prince over a base. 1 out here with a runner on third for the Dukes, looking to score run number 6 in the afternoon with Madison Moran in the box.
Moran will take ball 1. 1-0 the count, 1 away. Bottom of the 6th, runner on third, and this is going to go over our heads for strike 1. 1-1 the count.
Moran 1 for 2 on the day, grounded out the second in her last at bat, back in the bottom of the 3rd, singled in her first at bat, back in the 1st in that big offensive inning for JMU.
School Board Yahtzee, it just went away. We had number 11 at the plate, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. But now that will change as this ball is bunted to the Dukes dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 away.
You have to wonder if anyone in the dugout took note of that. Might give Madison a hard time when she comes back in.
The 1-2 from Lashley. Strike 3 is called. Madison Moran will go down looking backwards. K in the scorecard for Moran. That's her first strikeout of the day. That is number 2 for Lashley in the circle.
Now it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter coming up, and that will be Casey Hill, the listed as a utility player on the roster, the 5'8" freshman from Buchanan, Virginia, and James River High School. Houston, I know last season we had that discussion about the 3A James River High School from Richmond, Virginia, and now the one from Buchanan High School as well. She comes into today's ball game. Does not have a hit in 8 at-bats, has scored 1 run, and has struck out twice as well.
So I'd assume Hill's going to take over for Mimi Morris now in left field. Unless we get a defensive change as well. Again, yeah, 5'8" utility player freshman from Buchanan, Virginia. Went to that James River High School that John just mentioned. She's behind 0-1. Make that 0-2 now to the freshman.
If you're a Hofstra fan, you have to be proud of what Morgan Lashley's done aside from that first inning. Has really settled back down and put the Dukes bats back into the dugout of sorts. Has come back with a few strikeouts. She's been locating her pitches very, very well.
That ball was swung on, hit off a light pole, bounced down, then bounced right into the JMU softball dugout. The 0-2, that's going to miss outside. 1-2 now the count. And of course, that was a pitch that Lashley was just trying to get Hill to chase. Hill had no part in it. But she chased that one there. It was a little up in the zone, but she could not catch up. She swung underneath it for a strike number 3. So Lashley ends the 6th with 2 strikeouts, and if she starts game 2, she's been on a roll. That's her 3rd strikeout of the afternoon. The Dukes do add 1 more hit to their total. That puts them at 7. No runs, no Hofstra errors, and 1 runner left at 3rd. So after 6 full here in Harrisonburg, the JMU Dukes lead the Hofstra Pride 5-0 here on the Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew growing to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park. Dukes just had a meeting in the circle. They're going to try and finish this off. Top of the 7th, Tori Rocha will dig in for the Pride. The second baseman leads off, so 9-1-2 due up for the Pride. Swing and a miss at the first pitch, and it's fouled off for an 0-1 count. The good thing for Hofstra is their hottest hitter is due up in this inning. That's Chloe Fitzgerald. She has 2 of the 5 Hofstra hits.
Houston, you and I discussed between innings how Jalen Ford has 9 strikeouts on the afternoon. Her season high was 11 back against UL Lafayette. Has a chance to tie that or exceed it today.
Well, she won't get the strikeout there. That's going to be a bloop single for Tori Rocha. So Hofstra again, a leadoff base hit, something they've done very well. But then after that, things just kind of seem to fall downhill.
Yeah, getting the runners on, just can't do anything about it. And especially Rocha, she's gotten on base every time, has drawn 2 walks, now officially 1 for 1 with that single in the left field, but can't quite put your finger on what it is. Hofstra's had their opportunities back-to-back innings back in the 3rd and 4th where they left the bases loaded. Jalen Ford just doing a great job of not letting that get into her head and really sitting down these Pride hitters.
Count will go 0-1 to Fitzgerald. Take a look in left field. It's still number 2, Mimi Morris out there. Defensively, this ball is coming right back to Jalen. She looks at second, doesn't like the play. Turns to first just in time to get the 1-3 put out to retire. Fitzgerald 1 away, bottom of the 7th, but the runner does advance to second base.
Louis Fitzgerald extremely fast going down the first baseline. It's like a blur going down the line. Jalen Ford just gets the put out over there, the 1-3.
She beat one out to start the game. Very nice bunt. Showed the wheels off there. Just Jalen Ford is a little bit quicker. First pitch to number 4, Rachel Senator, the center fielder. 1 for 3 on the afternoon. She singled back in the first, but she's also struck out, singled back in the third. She struck out in the first, flew out in the 5th. She's ahead 1, and this one's right off the edge of Jalen Ford's glove. She couldn't handle it, and then a throwing error on the Dukes, and the first run of the game will score for the Hofstra Pride on a wild sequence of events. That makes it 5-1 as Tori Rocha just completely goes around the bases to score.
And they score that a hit or an error?
It looks like they ruled that a hit. Bad throw, obviously, on the replay there. Then no chance at the plate.
So Rachel Senator stays at first base. And then you had Tori Rocha hustling all the way on the play, saw the ball get by and took off for home. The lead just at 4 runs now. Things are getting interesting here in the top half of the 7th. A long meeting at the mound between Mickey Dean and the infielders. As now it'll be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, the strong part of the lineup for Hofstra coming up.
And somehow JMU does not get an error on that play at all.
So it'll be an earned run for Jalen Ford.
I'm sure Ford's asking, what? No error? First pitch to number 33, Becca Bigler. Will be a called strike. So Hofstra now only trails by 4, 5-1. They have a runner on first with only 1 away here in the 7th. Count will go even, 1-1 to Becca Bigler at the plate. She is 0 for 3 on the day. She flew out to center field. She struck out in the 3rd and then grounded out to Ford in the 5th. The 1-1. This ball swung on it. Has a chance to get out of here if it's fair, but it's not. That's nothing but a long strike now as it cruises into the baseball field.
Just Becca Bigler put an extreme charge into that one. Really twisted the hips, got the bat through the zone. Just pulled it a little bit because the flag out in left field is blowing strong out to right field. So you know that she had to put one heck of a swing on that one to pull that one foul.
She got all of it.
Long strike.
Just a long strike, and this ball is going to roll across the home plate. Count will go 2-2. Jalen Ford calming down, relaxing. Winds and comes to plate, and this ball is definitely out of here, and it's clearly fair. So that will make it 5-3 as JMU. Now they still have the lead, but it's shrunk quite a bit in just this inning. That will be the 8th hit of the day for Hofstra, so that surpasses the Dukes on the hit column. But again, they still trail by 2 in the run column.
Becca Bigler said, "Thank you very much, Miss Ford, for putting that ball in almost the same location. Put that one about 40 feet the other way. There was absolutely zero chance that ball was going anywhere but over that left center field fence, and it looks like Jalen Ford is going to come out of the ball game." To a round of applause from the crowd here at Veterans Memorial Park, and we'll see who's out on the mound.
With that long hair, it's tough to read the number on the back.
It is number 19. Heather Kiefer will be coming out to the mound. Take a look at Kiefer's line here. Well, let's get a look at Jalen Ford. Ford gives up 3 runs, all of which were earned. 7 hits. no errors, even though there was a controversy on that play just a little bit ago. Just those 3 runs. She did have 9 strikeouts, so she did a tremendous job. The bases are clear here in the top of the 7th inning. JMU with a 2-run lead in Game 1 of the doubleheader over the Hofstra Pride. JMU trying to end that drought of 14 straight losses to Hofstra dating back to the 2009 conference tournament. Look to have it in the bag after getting the first out here in the top of the 7th inning, and then the barn doors have been blown open a little bit. We'll see if Ms. Kiefer is able to come in here and settle things down. As the 4th hitter in the lineup, Erin Trippi will come up to the plate. She's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, Houston, so we'll see if she's able to reverse that trend here as Kiefer's gotten her warm-up tosses. We're ready for more softball.
So Kiefer coming in, trying to collect the save. Again, 8 hits allowed by Jalen Ford. 3 runs, and as John mentioned, all earned. So not the best outing of the year, but if you look at it in strikeout counts, it was a very great outing. She finished with 8 strikeouts. Excuse me, 9 is what I counted up. So Kiefer will step in. The first batter she's going to face is number 32, the catcher, Erin Trippi. And again, John said it, 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts.
That's the way you wanted to start it right there. If you're Heather Kiefer, come in and get the strike call. Trying to conserve that lead for her team and get a W to move to win number 20 on the year.
And again, Trippi was one of those Hofstra players that had a batting average over 300 entering the day at 333, and she's behind now 0-2, and a 4th strikeout would certainly not help that 333 average. Before today, she had only been sat down 6 times. She's got half of that today. Count will go 1-2. Pitch just below the knees by Kiefer.
Saw Erica Field called for the off-speed pitch there. Missed, like you said, Houston, a little bit below the knees and just a bit outside as well.
One-two swung on. This is out of play. Count will stay the same. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Erin Trippi. Trippi again, junior 5'5" catcher from Lyndhurst, New Jersey. Went to Paramus Catholic High School. The 1-2 delivery. This ball is swung on. It's popped up on the air. Heather Kiefer is going to back out of the way as Madison Moran will make the play in the circle all the way from third base. Good communication skills once again between Kiefer, who's the junior, and Madison Moran, the freshman.
The Dukes just 1 out away from getting that win that they very much desire here in this series. Hofstra, the long-standing CAA dominators of sorts.
Maggie Hawkins is in. She's swinging at the first pitch. She's a little dribbler to Heather Kiefer. She fields it cleanly, throws it to first, and that will retire the side for the Hofstra Pride and give the Dukes win number 20 on the season as they will take down the Hofstra Pride 5-3 here in Game 1 of a doubleheader here at Veterans Memorial Park. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, wrap things up with a few final stats, a few final thoughts from John Simpson and I, and then we'll get ready for Game 2 in just a little over 20 minutes. You're listening to JMU Softball on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
I will no longer wait until next month or the month after to download this month's hottest song.
I will no longer be limited to downloading the trailer instead of the movie.
Yes. Yes, I do want to download the attachment.
More phones, more lines, and unlimited data with no surprises. Stand up and demand more. And tell us, wireless for the people. Switch now and we'll buy out your contract.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
And all kinds of other tempting things. Great times, great food. Get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Get saucy at Quaker Steak and Lube. Feel the heat with new Sriracha Chicken Tacos, Island Jerk Chicken Sandwich, or Sweet Heat Curry Chicken Wrap. Now for a limited time.
Great times, great food. Get to Quaker Steak and Lube.
Welcome back to Veterans Memorial Park, where the JMU Dukes won 5-3, and there you see the only error for the Hofstra Pride on the day. Third baseman Kim Smith bobbled the ball. That allowed the Dukes to get things going early in the first, and then the floodgates opened. The Dukes added 2 more on a bloop single there to left field, and here you see Madison Moran. She's going to drop one in. 1 run will score for the Dukes, and that's what gave the total of 5 runs. Jalen Ford, she's going to send a line drive to the wall. She had a very good offensive day and defensive day on the mound. She pitched great for the Dukes, and again, 5-3 victory. And Hofstra Pride, they waited a little late to get things going here in the game. They got all 3 of their runs in the 7th. It was just a tad too late. There you see 3-run shot by Becca Bigler, who got all of that, and then Heather Kiefer came in, collected the save, and got the final out of the ball game. The Dukes came through 5-3. Again, all their runs coming in the first and second inning, but Hofstra played great, John. And what do you think this game means for the Dukes and how game 2 could shape up?
It means a ton of things for the Dukes. First, they're able to collect that first win in the 15th try now in a row. They finally get that elusive win over Hofstra. They've got a chance to do it right here to get a little 2-game win streak going against the Pride. JMU coming out after that strong performance out in Hawaii, going 9-1 to come in and get that win in game 1 of the doubleheader is big. Hofstra, however, on the other hand, had plenty of opportunities on offense, left the bases loaded. It's twice back in the 3rd and 4th inning with 1 out. Jalen Ford really stepped up her pitching effort, got out of those jams, but then ran into a little trouble in the top of the 7th, as you mentioned, the 2-run home run by
Becca Bigler.
Excuse me. Had to turn over the score sheet there. But other than that, JMU went unscathed through the majority of the ball game, played tremendous defense, and now we see that an error was charged on that last play. That's all aside now as the score is in the books. JMU gets the 5-3 win here in game number 1. We will be back for game number 2, Houston and I. And to say that JMU needed that one is an understatement. They're probably feeling pretty good heading to that dugout, but just need to be prepared for game number 2 on this beautiful afternoon here in Harrisonburg.
Jalen Ford, she improves to 11-5 with the victory, and that will be Heather Kiefer's 2nd save of the season. And that was her 77th inning pitched. So the Dukes get the victory. Big day for Jalen Ford on the mound. 9 strikeouts. She gets the win. At the plate, it was very even for the Dukes. Got a little bit of action from everybody. There was only 1 player for the Dukes that had multiple hits, and that was freshman Taylor Newton, who also had 2 RBIs to go with that. For Hofstra, Becca Bigler, she had all 3 of the RBIs for the Hofstra Pride, and they all came back in the 7th. So a little too late for Hofstra to make a comeback of it, but they did make it exciting and force the Dukes into their bullpen and to force Heather Kiefer out into the circle. So that could also be a plus for the Pride in doubleheader game 2. We assume Heather Kiefer will get the start, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. We're going to keep it right here. You can just hang on. We'll have doubleheader game number 2 coming to you in just about 20 minutes. John Simpson and I, we're going to take a quick break, and then game 2, and again, about 15 minutes, I'd say, from now.
JMU students, do you want to live in Harrisonburg's premier college housing community? Live the luxurious lifestyle and check out Fox Hill Townhomes today. Fox Hill's furnished 4-bedroom, 2-bath townhomes offers spacious living with a bus service to and from JMU's campus. Located just off Port Republic Road, stop by today to reserve your spot for the 2014-15 school year. Fox Hill Townhomes is a proud partner of JMU Athletics. You are guaranteed to find your home away from home with Fox Hill Townhomes.